own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
Without you, I remember myself, my name. Forgot about all you tried to change. Familiar was the sound of your voice as I continue to walk on by. It has been a year and now I'm living on the line. It has been a year and now I'm thinking what's mine, that I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way.
The fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me.
find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regret. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
There are only few seconds to close this round, and headshot, nice! Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much, they play, you win.
Hello, and welcome as Gambit's take on Trident. A hell of a match ahead, which we're already in, Josh. Gambit, of course, a side who lack no introduction. Currently rank 1 in the world, currently having been some reading from a 3-0 defeat to Navi. Now we look to be Trident, a team who definitely have the skill to do a bit of an upset here. You know what they can do, though, is another option. Nafany, he clears up that eco pretty quickly, Hobbit there to assist him, and just like that, Gambit go 2-0 up. I'm your caster Crabber 3, I'm joined by the wonderful Urban J. Josh, how do you feel about this one?
I'm feeling pretty good, to be honest. Everything's going well here for Gambit so far. They get off to a nice 2-0 lead, and frankly, I think that they're your firm favourites to take this game, and oh my goodness, take a look at those parry match odds. 1.06 to 8 Gambit. Yeah, they are by far and away the favourites to be winning this one. And remember, folks, if you want to place a bet on this game or any other game here in the Epic League, then make sure you click on that parry match banner down below. Get that first-time deposit bonus and get a little more bang for your buck. Norway, nice and aggressive here in ramp. All comes down to timing to vicious through the smoke. He should be good for 2. Make that 3. It's a huge play from Norway. And Trident in their buy round get a hell of a lot of mileage.
That is a 3K and a half. What a way to get the game underway. And for Gambit, it's down to Inters and Axel. Make that just Inters. Norway with its 4th and the ace there as Trident find their first round. And well, what a way to put themselves on the board. Norway, one of the only players for Trident to have drawn blood. And well, when he cuts, he definitely slices as he has 6-2 now in just 3 rounds.
Really, really solid stuff there from Norway. That's such an awesome play, and it takes so much initiative to go for something like that, to just say, do you know what? I'm going to push into this smoke, and I'm going to try and get this advantage, and he does so. He outmaneuvers his opponent, and he's really the only man right now for Trident putting up some numbers. He's gotten 6 kills already, with Shiro finding that opening pick. That's huge there for Gambit. Man advantage. He takes a lot of damage from the engagement, of course, burning in the flames, toasty toes, but he falls away. And Gambit, with the one-man advantage, now in a strong position. With a minute 30 on this clock, they retrieve that bomb, and it looks like it's going to be an A execution. They've got the util for it as well.
They brace themselves for it, but with 3 players stacked up in Palace, it looks like what it should be just a straight Palace. I can go for the contact play as well. There's Tricky to fall initially. Inter's there to double down onto Clax, leaving Norway seized in a 2-on-5. Bear in mind, this is Gambit's map pick. This is their home territory. And for Trident, they're looking to really upset a Titan in this. And we look at the veto as well. After this, it's Inferno, another map which Gambit are head and shoulders one of the best in the world on. Fortunately for them, will they be able to take the series 2-0, or a Trident going to be able to deliver us with an upset? Of course, this is the stage of the Swiss where both teams are 1-1. Gambit, who actually lost to Spirit, so really strong stuff from Spirit to topple them, but Gambit really, as a team, they don't want to be in this 1-1 scenario. They want to be at the absolute top. They want to go straight through, qualifying as quickly as possible. Trident, they're going to try and prevent that from happening.
Well, round number 5, Gambit looking to steal the show here again, as Trident really don't have too much behind them. We just see a couple of pistols, 2 P250s, the Desert Eagle on glowing, and for Seized and Norway, there's nothing in the tank. It's just the USPs. Seized keeping hold of a bit of money there. I'm interested to see what he's going to go for here. Maybe that secondary sniper. We know that Tricky will pick up that primary. He's got that $3,800 to do so. But yeah, I'm thinking Seized picks up that secondary AWP. That'd be something I'd quite like to see.
Whether or not he does so is going to be interesting, because Trident, a double setup, we've seen how heavy of an economic investment it can be, and losing a double setup in the round you invested in it means instant eco next round, no chance of a force buy. In this case, on another eco, we've got Glowing boosted up on triple with this Deagle. Hobbit, he decides enough's enough. 2 quick kills on the entry, and, well, there's no ref RC from Trident at all. Inters, eventually he falls to Glax, but Hobbit, a man currently on a bit of a rampage. Of course, the other 2 kills he got were instantly clearing out mid the round before last. So, Hobbit, he's actually waking up, but he may be someone to fear throughout this series.
Absolutely, yeah. Hobbit is a very, very scary player here for this Gambit side. The only man that sort of stood the test of time a little bit. The only man that's from that major winning Gambit roster back in the day. And he's putting up numbers here once again. I think he's IGLing this roster as well. I'm pretty certain.
Fairly certain he is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the man with the IGL cap on. Either way, for Trident, nice man advantage. Tricky opening things up. A very, very talented author. Seized on that secondary, as predicted. Able to get the tag onto Nafany. Can't find the kill, but instead of falling back to Con, he goes for the peek and underpass. Maybe a little audacious, maybe a little bit greedy there. And it costs him his life. We go into the 4-on-4. And for Hobbit, it's all about taking back what's rightfully theirs. Molly goes down. Smoke about to follow. And Nafany, he's going to deploy it into window. The timing on it's about to be perfect. And with a minute 10 on this clock, Gambit, still plenty of options.
Those options look to accumulate to one final decision, that being B. As Trident, with players on both short and kitchen, and a late rotation to window look to stop them. Nafany, low HP means that he is going to have to be a bit of a flanking play rather than a cemented entry. Molly's out as the hit comes down from B. Tricky, good for one in the falling player. Axel to be deleted, and Norway just doesn't move. Instead, Hobbit finishes the job on the first member. Norway still hiding on short, finished off by Hobbit though, and now is Glowing taken down by Hobbits. Hobbit, who is now on a bit of a rampage, on for the ace, on for what could be our second ace of the series so far. Means that for Trident, Clax making a bit of noise on shot, deploys that nade and hopes to catch out Inters. Instead, he falls away, picks up another one. If they'd stacked, it would have been insane. Unfortunately, both miss, and for Hobbit, there's the ace. 5 for Gambit, 5 for Hobbit. and a beautiful way to start this series.
We were just bigging up Hobbit last round, Kremer, and there's exactly why. Incredible stuff from the man. A couple of those shots so fast. And now they sit 5-1. Of course, it is their map pick. But you got to remember, we didn't get to see the vetoes before we got into this series. They're rather one-sided. Of course, Gambit, they get to pick into Mirage. It's one of their best maps in the pool. The second map of the series being Inferno. That's one of their best maps too. And for Trident, it's not a great one. And then that third and final, if needed, is Overpass. But I'm really not sure if we're going to get there.
For Clax, it's a nice trade on to Winters. Gives them an opening, gives them something to work with. But I can't help but think that this could be too little too late. However, Season Norway, 2 very nice kills, taking the heads off 2 of these members. He does in a 4 versus 2. However, Axel and Shiro, they both chime in with a response for Tricky. The flank from Apps does come through, meaning that Clax just has to hide, just has to play a bit passive. And actually, boosting up Axel, I love this. Great position for Axel to exploit. And for Shiro, once he jump spots into Apps, he should see Tricky instantly. Tricky, who is just being so passive, he wants to be careful with this, and he knows how important timing is on this attack. Sees Shiro, misses his shot, punished by Shiro there, leaving it all onto Glax, who shouldn't be left alone, but he's able to put it to a 1v1 anyway. That bomb ticking down so low. Axel, how do you predict that off angle? Gambit winning the 2 versus 4 with a beautiful recovery, but against pistol players, against an eco, it shouldn't have come down to that anyway.
And that's what it is. It's a great off angle. When you boost someone up on the site like that, it's just a really powerful position to be in. 6-1, Gambit take this lead. And it's looking really, really strong right now. AWP's on either side. Trident, they're on a big investment here. As we see Norway on 8 kills. Everybody else lacking a little bit behind. But they're looking to put those numbers back up to where they should be here in the 8. For Gambit, seems like B's the destination once again.
Inters, who is attempting to catch out an initial member, isn't able to do so. Instead, Tricky's USP is good for Hobbits. However, the molly, it's what's required to trade. Norway, AUG in hand, caught out by Inters there in Gambit. They don't even give Trident a single, even just iota of a chance to trade. And because of that, we see both Glowing and Clax, who have no choice but to just pick up the odd rifle, maybe even save the AWP where they can, and Gambit, with that, they'll go 7-1 up, Josh.
What an incredible round there from Gambit as well. Really solid stuff. Trident, just nothing they can do. They've been absolutely demolished. As the boost comes in, Glowing can eliminate Axel, but it's all just consolidation phase. It's all just about doing a little bit of economic damage, and Inters can deal quite the fatal blow. Getting that AWP out of the equation, it's completely unretrievable. Really, really solid stuff. 3 versus 1 for Clax, and of course he's just looking to save that M4. If he had any way of going to retrieve that sniper, he absolutely would, but there's just no opportunity for it.
Gambit 7-1 now. Bear in mind, we've been in this game for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
These are fast, hard, aggressive, and ruthless plays by Gambit, and Trident just can't stop it.
Yeah, we're 12 minutes in, and I'm starting to think that we're maybe halfway through this map. I mean, Gambit, they're already on to 7. We're sitting 7-1 right now. They're really not being all too challenged. The only man that's actually putting up any numbers is Norby. Everybody else sitting on kind of 1 frag a piece for Glowing and C's, 3 or 4 on Tricky and Clax. They're really struggling to do any kind of damage. I think we might just see a steamroll here. This is Gambit's best map, and they're really proving us why. Especially against a team like Trident. They're just not looking phased at all.
Trident, who, with a shaky buy here, they, rather than force up around the saved M4, instead got down to 2k. And while, in theory, it's probably the right decision to make, means that Gambit are going to shut him down once again, unless we see something from these Eagles, and or from Clax with that M4. But he's tickled with nade damage early on. He tries to deploy his own just to respond, but even then, this is an awful spot for them. Trident, who, once again, have to just wait for Gambit to take this fight. Without any utility, they can't up the tempo themselves. And Gambit, knowing this, are just looking for angels. They instead take the time, fan out the map passively, holding this default and just expecting a Deagle to get a bit too ambitious.
Well, 7-1 should be made 8 here for Gambit, as they're really not up against too much here. We see 3 Desert Eagles, see that M4, we see that Scout. They do have enough money behind them to go for an investment in the next. So even if they lose this one, they're still in a position where they can go for a decent buy moving forward. With Tricky saving 3k, with that max loss bonus, they'll have 6,400 in the next. We will see an AWP. For now, though, it's Glowing to lose his life early. Really powerful start. Norway taking one back, 4 versus 4. So much control gained here by Axel, and as Klax peeks into the angle, there's no way he's expecting Axel as close as that. He'll be eliminated. Tricky finds one onto Hobbit. And this 3-on-3, I mean, you'd be a little bit worried right now if you're a Gambit man, but the bomb over towards that A-bomb site, the only line of defense is Tricky with that Scout, and there's no way he gets away with this.
He'd have to hit an insane wallbang, and while he's attempting to do so, he actually does. It's onto Inters, though, rather than the wallbang. Norway timing to perfection out from Connector, leaving Shiro with a 1 vs 2. Good for C, switches to the Tech 9, it waits the push from Tricky. Instead, realizing he's got to duel one of these players, switches to the AWP and hides on Firebox. He knows always peeking into it, sees the initial player, spots the player jumping up. Instead, waits for the jump up from the other, but Norway, the Deagle, finishes the job. And with enough time, Trident, they double their round count and make it 2 with the Deagles.
Not bad at all. Hardly any investment there. A round that they had very little equity in, and they're able to take it over the top. Rather impressive. And really, it's off the back of Tricky's heroics with that Scout. And Norway coming in clutch at the end of the round. I've commended him for his performances so far here on Mirage. And once again, he shows us what he's made of. 3 kills to cement that one. 7-2, a round that Gambit should have had in the bag. They're not going to be too phased, though. They've still got loads of money behind them. We see 4 AKs, we see that AWP, we still see cash in the bank. Can they topple this Trident buy round, though? Especially with that bit of a shaky round, I'd call it, up against those pistols.
Gambit, who fanned around the map, wait to see what Trident can do next with Nafany. Gets ready to peek into either Glowing or Klax. Hasn't done so yet as Klax discharge flash out. Nafany. He's not even blinded. Instead, Klax just takes the Angel and wins it. Instead, Hobbit, who's in Connector, expects Klax to peek into him, something he's going to look to punish. Instead, the jump up from Klax should be punished by Inters the second he goes for it. Both members don't want to take that first bit of aggression, and because of that, rotation from Gambit back to A means they're running into 3 players. Instead, Klax, does he go for this jump? It's this duel between Klax and Inters. While no one's really moved, it's what decides the round. And there it is. Klax jumps up, Inters to fall, and they lands right onto Shiro. The smoke as well allows the AWPer to back away. Axel, he too, soaked out of position with 35 seconds left now. Hobbit is the only hope for Gambit, and he's got Tricky to worry about.
He's the danger man right now, the playmaker. He needs to do something. And with such little time on the clock and his teammates in such a tough position, I don't think there's much he can do. As he continues to let this timer run down, he's either going to fall away and save here, or off the back of this flash, he's going to go for some heroics. But there we go. They're timed out. They realise there's 15 seconds on this clock, and there's no way they can get anything done. Hobbit takes a duel, but he's tanked down to 16 points of health in the meantime. The nade lands right at his feet, but doesn't do any damage. And Trident, they're going to make this their 3rd. Glowing going for the peak. Will find the kill. Nice headshot there onto Axel. He takes away one of the saved rifles. Really brilliant stuff. For Gambit, I think they've just about got enough to buy into this one, but it's not going to be great.
7-3 now. Gambit, bear in mind who had enough momentum to go 7-1 up. You have to make something have to find something that'll work against Trident. These last couple of rounds have been defaults which just haven't worked. Trident, they've been realizing that their aggression, once it breaks the default with Gambit, is enough to seriously leave them in an uncomfortable position. And when they try to capitalize off of that, Shiro, this duel over in mid, be what matters.
Inters down to that Desert Eagle. Everybody else on a pretty strong buy here, though. as we go into round number 11. For Trident, there's lots of money behind them, and Tricky, who's been doing pretty well in these last few rounds, has got quite an abundance of cash. $8,000 behind that AWP. But they've still got quite the round deficit. 3 players in mid, 2 in the B apartments here for Gambit. And where's that Desert Eagle lingering? It's actually in B apps. It's got that bomb. It's Inters. He's in for quite a surprise if he goes for a peek here towards the B apps. There are 3 defenders posted on this site, and that's not something you see very often here on the B side of Mirage.
Gambit, there's a straight execution. Here comes the push up short, and well, they've had enough time to do so. They lead this charge. Shiro, kill onto Glowing over in Connector, allows Axel to trade onto Tricky. And now this is where things look scary. Player on bench isn't showing himself being Norway will be cleared. He's good for 1, good for 2 though with the spray transfer. And left in a 3-on-2. Now Hobbit has to be the one to go huge. Out this from backside. Norway comes out on top nonetheless though. Sure with a 1v3. And he's just got to go save. We have a disconnect on Gambit though, which is how they lost one of their members, which means we may be thrust straight into a technical timeout.
Oh no, not the technicals.
They return.
It's on the same map as well, man. I mean, at least it's not the other team. At least it is Gambit this time, I suppose, but it doesn't really make a lot of difference, does it? For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, last time we covered Gambit here in the Epic League, they were up against Takuma. We were on Mirage. And we casted the longest map we've ever casted in CS. It was about 3 hours. Jackie kept getting DDoSed. We really did go the distance. Hopefully that's not the case here, though. Hopefully it's just sorted really quickly and we're just back underway. Because I don't think Gambit want to lose this momentum. I mean, these last couple of rounds haven't gone their way, but they've been looking really, really good in the opening here on Mirage.
That they have. My worry, and my serious worry for Gambit, is that round would have been theirs. They lost. They had a timeout as one of their main attackers from short. And we look at Trident. The only man who's actually delivering right now is Norway. The rest of them are kind of trudging along. There's no standout plays. It's been Norway start to finish, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been very, very strong. He's sitting 14-7 right now. He's more than doubling any other man on his team, and that is terrifying. That really is terrifying. I think that's like a real testament to just how well they're playing right now. Or, sorry, how well he's playing right now. He's actually outfragging anybody on the Gambit side as well. And considering Gambit have got quite a substantial gap right now, that is seriously impressive.
That it is. I feel like we're gonna have to go to podcast, Josh. This is a longer technical pause.
Podcast mode,
Go podcast mode. How are you all doing? How's everyone doing? I forgot we don't have many viewers today, so we can be quite nice, be friendly. We can focus on certain people. Was it heroic or G2?
Heroic or G2?
Heroic, I think.
Yeah?
I'm feeling heroic.
Alright.
Yeah. Wonder what our partners, the parry match, put odds. Well, I wonder what our parry match partners think of the odds of the G2 heroic game. They probably favour heroic, I think.
Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, I don't think G2 have been doing too great recently. I'll be honest, I don't actually watch too much Tier 1 CS. The majority of what we cast is that kind of Tier 2 level stuff. Yeah. Okay, we're actually going to go to a technical break, folks, so we don't have to go for any crazy fillers this time. Gambit, they are just having tech issues, and they know exactly what it is. So we'll be cutting to a short break, and when we return, we'll be back underway with this Mirage matchup. Sorry for any inconvenience, folks, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Go crazy, berserker. Show them. Change the station with a new shit on. Show them. Change the station with a new shit on. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Hello, 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 and welcome back, Gambit. We've fixed the tech issues, we're back, and there you go, 7-4 up against Trident, who are mad. A little bit of a comeback these last couple of rounds. They're hoping to trade, and they're hoping to follow through with Gambit, with a hero warp on Shiro. That's about it from this round. A missed shot early on as he goes back to hide, and with that, Trident, that cancels their attempt at apps control, but it doesn't stop Glax on the close angle towards Palace here.
I honestly think that there's a chance here they get something done. With Shiro's Hero Orb, and Axel and Nafany sitting there with Kevlar, so they're in a position where they could pick up that sniper if it drops. I think they could certainly get some mileage out of this. Playing together, certainly the way you want to maneuver this one. With Glowing just missing out on the timing with the Palace guy. A minute left on this clock, and Gambit yet to make their first move. They've taken control towards mid. Trident aren't really contesting it. A little bit of util deployed, but they're still not going to face off the back of it. Glowing straight into mid. Finds himself the first onto Inters. Instantly traded there by the AWP of Shiro. And Inters was just one of those guys with a pistol and no Kevlar. So they really haven't lost too much there from that engagement.
Of course, that pistol can actually be upgraded. We have a couple of deals which can be swapped out, and the Gambit, they turn their attention to B. Axel, left alone in mid, is going to go for a bit of a flank up short. Tricky though, center sight on A, AWP in hand makes that this attack will be a bit difficult for them, but it won't stop Gambit, who with 20 seconds left, get ready to kickstart this attack. 2 flashes in the hands of Gambit, which should spur them on. And with 15 seconds left now, they need to move quick, as here come those flashes. Is Norway able to turn in time? He doesn't even have to. Is the teammate Nafany doesn't even deploy the util. Instead, Hobbit, he too falls. Shiro with 5 seconds left runs away to hide. But he's killed by Norway before he can run. Norway with a kill onto Axel. And just like that, Trident with 5 off the back of Norway, who single-handedly is bringing Trident the victory right now.
Yeah, that was huge from Norway. 18-7, an absolute shutdown. Initially, he was that anchor. He was the man that had to stop them from getting onto the site. But then towards the end, I mean, the final man standing wanted to die. He only had a deagle. He didn't want to stay alive after time there. He had to face into Norway, and Norway just tore them to shreds. 7-5, and do you know what? This map's shaping up to be a hell of a lot closer than I was expecting, especially considered we started off with a 7-1 lead to these guys.
Gambit, whose momentum has just been quelched, their wind snatched from their sails, and Trident with 3 pongs to their attack, so to say. And for Nafany, AK in hand, having recovered from his technical issues, is able to come up to Con and look to take a duel on one of these members. Instead, the nade on bench doesn't quite hit him, but seized on a forwarded angle. Is he spotted out? Yes, he is. Nafany, good for 1. And with that opening, Trident, do they to have a turn of aggression to trade instead? Tricky trying to run away is killed by Axel, leaving us in this 5-on-3. Axel diving straight out of apps. Is it Norway's next man to worry about? And Axel with the kill should pretty much confirm the round here. Glowing in jungle is killed off by Nafany, leaving Glax alone in a 1v5. Nafany finishes the job. And Gambit make it 8.
It's a big round for them to win. Trident, they were looking quite scary, and Gambit certainly didn't want that one to go 7-6. At that point, Trident have already taken a decent half. One more round, and it would have been fantastic for them. Keeping it their way, keeping control of this, means that they've still got a chance at a 10-5 here. They are about to go up against the double snipers, and unfortunately for Shiro, he actually doesn't have the money to go for an AWP of his own. Nor does he want to throw away that AK-47. 87. So going into the 14th, it's Seized and Glowing to open things up, and Trident, they're just looking really good right now.
Instantly shutting down Gambit's aggression in mid, and for Tricky, as Inters gets him out, falls into this 4-on-3. With players backing away, though, it means that Trident have to turn their attention to another default. Having seen no one else, Gambit are just running down that clock, positioned towards B once again. Unfortunately, this B site is the one place where there are two members to duel.
Well, it's 8-5. And for Gambit, they've got that man disadvantage, of course. Inter's about to peek into this angle. Won't spot anyone with a minute left on this clock. He's actually going to burst right through. He spots out the man in the kitchen window, but he doesn't care. He's pressing further forward. Nori on default. He's been that B anchor. He gets traded 1-for-1. They're not expecting a man in bench, though. It's Glowing to deny the plant. And now it's all on to Axel. A 1-on-3. 45 seconds on this clock, so he's got the time to work with. He's got so many casualties to pick from, and there we go. Seized drops. Glowing follows suit. Axel should be able to retrieve this bomb. Realizing there's no one in kitchen, he might have the chance to plant it, but instead it's Clax pouncing from short, and they're not expecting that one at all. Trident make it 6, and for Gambit, had a bit of a tough pill to swallow. However, they will go for a full investment here in the last round of the half.
Fighting for 9-6. If Trident are able to keep this even, then I really fear for Gambit. Bear in mind, this is Gambit's map pick. They want this to be as one-sided as possible, just so they have the confidence for the remainder of the series. And if Trident are going to be fighting them tooth and nail every step of the way, a Trident victory certainly isn't out of the question at that stage.
It really isn't, yeah. And the thing is you've got to remember this is Gambit's map pick. So whilst it's coming close, and you might think to yourself, oh yeah, Gambit should still be able to take this one over the top. The fact that Trident are keeping this so contentious, the fact that it's so close, is scary in itself. Because even if they end up losing it, if they keep it as contentious as this, then there's definitely life for them over on their map. And for Gambit, this has got to be a little bit worrying. These guys are #1 in the world right now. They're playing against a team that are just about in the top 50. It should not be as close as this. And right now, it's looking like they might even be able to make this 8-7. Big shot there from Tricky. Leg on to Shiro, but he can't finish him. And as we trade into a 4-on-4, maybe Gambit can take this one by the reins.
Hobbit that kill onto Glowing. Perfect. Axel shut down Norway. Leaves seized one of the lone members, and with a messy spray, he is forced away. Hobbit actually killing a rotation over on A. Means it's all on to Seized. He's quickly killed. 9-6 at the end of the half. And for the remaining members of Gambit, a well-recovered half. But tell you what, Norway, he is a scary man to fight.
He absolutely is, yeah. He's head and shoulders above everybody else right now. He's actually almost sitting on triple the frags of anyone else on his team. Besides Clax, he actually is more than triple the frags above everybody else. So he is doing absolutely nuts right now. As we take a look at these parry match odds, though, of course, there are gambling partners, and they're showing us those map 1 statistics, still heavily favouring Gambit, despite the fact that the scoreline is as close as it is. If you fancy Trident's chances of maybe making this happen on their T side, then make sure you click that banner down below. Head over to our partners over at Parry Match to place your bets there. There's still plenty more Counter-Strike to happen today, and still plenty more Counter-Strike in the Epic CS League. So yeah, make sure you check them out. Get that first-time deposit bonus, folks. As we move into the second half, Pistol, though, it's really worth its weight in gold here for Trident. If they can take it, they can tie up the scoreline. If they can't, then they're in trouble.
Trident with a straight execution and a full hit over on A. The smokes mean that jungle control's established. The molly means they're going to follow up with a fight on it. And for Axel in laddering, he knows it's coming. He's leaped out instantly. Hobbit trades, though. The Clax, he needs to try and follow through. Hobbit has a nice kill onto him. And a beautiful follow-through onto Axel. Nafany trades himself coming up from C2. Inter's over on the pot is finished off by Clax. And into what is now a 3-on-2. With a smoke kit, with 2 flashes and a kit in the hands of Nafany, he can attempt this ninja. Once he taps it once, he sits on it. Seized kills him though. Seized doubles down. Tried it with a pistol now. Are able to seriously come back against Gambit, who, dare I say it, Josh, might forego the lead.
They certainly could here, yeah. I mean, Gambit certainly aren't showing us their true selves. I don't think we saw this against Akuma the other day either. It seems like up against the tier 1 teams of the world, they thrive. up against this kind of level, they seem to struggle a little, and Trident have looked fantastic. That retake setup over on that ace site didn't pay any dividends at all. It really didn't work there for Gambit. And now coming into this one with the pistols, Hobbit on that auto shotgun, I'm really not sure what his game plan is right now. But it's rather important that they pull this one off. Otherwise, we probably will see the scoreline tie up.
Seized. Yeah, ready to jump into window. Hasn't done so yet. Instead, the nades land right onto Seized over on bench. And Gambit, they're expecting someone to try and dive into window. Shiro almost baiting for it, but no one has yet. Instead, Trident are continuing the fake in mid from Seized. He's trying to make it sound like there's loads of members here ready to burst out. Instead, all of them are getting ready for a hit on A. Hobbit, the auto shotgun in hand. Auto shotgun without armor. That's a unique buy. And we'll see if the big loud boomstick will deliver them any kills here, as they go for contact play as well, which is even worse for Hobbit. Timing, does it favour him here? So far, it has for a kill on Glowing. Norway instantly to trade. He's over in mid. Seized's kill is perfect. And for a 4-on-3, low HP on Shiro. A save really isn't out of the question for Gambit here.
Well, remember, folks, this is a 1-1 matchup. So Gambit, having beaten Akuma, then lost to Team Spirit, who have been on a tear recently. They've been really, really good. Are looking in a little bit of trouble right now. If they lose this round, it goes 9-8. There's definitely a chance for Trident. And Team Spirit, actually one of the teams going up with a 3-0 record. Fours are up in that bracket as well. So as you look at how this kind of playoff, this Swiss stage is starting to shape up, those two teams have pretty much solidified themselves a top 8. They've already taken those RMR points. And if you're Gambit right now, you've definitely got to be a little bit worried. I'll be honest. If you're in this position here, this is the last 1-1 matchup. I'm still very confident in Gambit's abilities. If they do go 1-2, they'll either be up against Banker Pepsi, in-game, 1-win, or Namiga. And I think that they should be very confident in beating any one of those teams. But it's still a scary prospect, because then you go into that 2-2 bracket, where they have the potential of maybe facing up against Na'Vi, Entropic, VP. And there is a chance that they could just lose here. And that's crazy. That's really crazy, considering they're number 1 in the world.
Imagine that. Imagine that upset. Imagine the HLTV threads.
And they're not on the RMR ladder yet as well.
Yeah.
Because they're such a new side, they're not on the RMR ladder yet from 2020. And because they didn't get to play in the last RMR event, and therefore they need these points.
Now, for me, the kill to Seized helps, but helps to what degree? As Hobbit into Palace, Glowing, catches him out, just like that. He executes him, equals the man count, and the flash, unfortunately, does not work. Instead, Gambit, with only a couple of pistols, have to stop Trident's A execution, and Trident, they're not trying to sell any fakes, they're not trying to go quiet about this. They know there's not much Gambit can do. They're being loud, proud, and definitely deadly, with Glowing good for 2 more. Axel and Naphany, the last 2 members, who saving a Mac 10 isn't the greatest of decisions. You're on an next buy anyway, but it would at least mean you get to keep the molly. It would at least mean you get a bit extra cash next round. Trident, they equalize here. And for Gambit, I actually see Gambit losing this series.
I mean, I don't want to agree with you just yet. We're still in fairly early days here. But the fact that we're about to go 9-9, in fact, it's literally guaranteed 9-9 at this point. And this is Gambit's map pick. I mean, you could be onto something right now. If this was Trident's map pick, I'd be saying, yeah, do you know what? There is maybe a chance that they win their map and then we see something a little bit funky in the second. But the fact that they're doing so well on Gambit's pretty much best map in the pool is certainly worrying. It really, really is. And Gambit, when they go on to their pick, we'll be seeing them face up against Gambit on Inferno. Now, realistically, statistically, it's not been a great map for them, and it is a really strong map for Gambit. However, their more recent results have been pretty good. It's a little bit polarized. They've played against some really, really good teams on Inferno, so I think that's where a lot of their losses come through. Of course, losses against OG, losses against Anonymo, Endpoint, K23, Sinners. They had a win against Anonymo, which is pretty huge as well. They had a 16-14 loss and then an overtime win. So yeah, I think it's a map that they're fairly confident with. However, we do see another technical pause, so hopefully this one won't take too long either. We'll have to wait and see.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed indeed. We don't know whose pause is it. I assume it's seized. He's the only one who hasn't bought anything.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Well, hopefully we don't have to fill for too long. Still though, Trident looking really strong here. 9-9 against Gambit. If Gambit lose, what on earth does that mean for them?
I really don't know. I'd certainly be worried. I think that realistically, bearing in mind their Gambit, I would expect them to kind of be able to mentally reset, go into map number 2 and still take it, even if they do have a big upset here on Mirage. But I don't know. We're not seeing that A game right now. Normally we see Gambit's A game, and that's not been the case at all. Now, maybe it's just a case of them having to rework their Mirage against lower tier teams. Obviously, we saw them really struggling against Akuma the other day. We saw them go to double OT. It could quite literally be the case that they're just so used to playing up against these tier 1 opponents that as soon as something a little bit spicy comes in from the tier 2, tier 3 scene, they struggle a little. I'm really not too sure.
Someone's asked where we're from. We're English. We're from Old Blighty.
Yeah, UK, big England.
A bit of the English. Yeah. Someone says Gambit looks broken down after 3-0 to us. I was just texting to change the stream title. Also nice casting. We'll forward a message for you guys. I think if you refresh it, it should be fixed. We'll take a look, actually. I could be very wrong. No, I'm wrong. Yeah, we'll forward a message. I know Josh here is primed and ready. I'll say her monitor to just fire off a message to the tech team. Yeah. With this pause, you guys all having a wonderful day? I hope you have a wonderful day. We having a good day?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too
I
bad.
was really happy with our cast on the last map, so I'm actually pretty happy.
Yeah,
We did really well on that last game, so.
Yeah, it did. It felt good. And it was a really, really awesome match to cover as well. Of course, Na'Vi were just looking great. And it was an exciting one. It was really, really an exciting one. Can't wait to see Trident Hollow stickers. That would be cool. They actually have a very cool logo.
I do like that logo.
Yeah, that would
like
be
a rocket
awesome.
taking off.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. It looks more like a trident, doesn't it?
Well, I
than
mean, I
anything.
suppose it would look like a trident. Wow, that is a lot.
no.
Oh, no. Oh, no, God. That explains why there are some disconnects. That explains why we have a pause. Oh, God. We thought it was bad for one, but no. All 5 members of Trident have disconnected.
They've left. They're gone. They're not coming back.
Oh, boy.
They probably are.
I hope they're coming back. Fingers crossed they do.
Oh, wow. Really?
What's up?
Okay, all right. Server pause. Hopefully we should be back into this one soon. We see Glowing and Seized reconnecting back into the server. We'll have to wait and see. Someone made a good point in that chat about the fact that the Gambit players are very young. Remember, this was the Gambit youngsters team. Obviously, off of the back of their brilliant performances, we saw them winning a fair few of the events that were going on last year, the 9-5 and the multi-vibes and things like that. They were doing really, really well over there. They ended up being picked up by the main Gambit roster. I think they had about 120,000 in earnings or something before they were picked up by the main Gambit roster. Now they're there. But yeah, I mean, it's a very good point to remember that these guys are very young. A couple of these players are literally like 17, 18.
Yep.
The fact that they're the top of the world is pretty crazy. And personally, I think that their chemistry and stuff, from what I've seen at least, their chemistry, their resilience, their morale is very good. But when you're playing up against super experienced players that have been doing this for 10, 15 years.
Adam Sandler movies.
I am the caster that likes Adam Sandler movies. Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
But yeah, when you're playing against teams that have been playing at like a professional level for 10, 15 years and things like that, I think it can be a little bit of a weird one, definitely. Up against someone like the Na'Vi guys that have been around forever, it can almost be a little bit difficult knowing that they've got that resilience and you guys maybe haven't been in certain situations. I mean, when are we going to see Gambit play at a major and like lose a major finals and stuff? How is that going to take a toll on them as a roster?
Someone just tuned in. What's happening? Well, Trident in the midst of an upset with Gambit. All 5 members disconnected. Some are reconnecting, some aren't. We should be back fairly soon, hopefully.
Who's missing? Gamer, who's missing?
Glowing sees Norway flags.
Donna, Dancer, Prancer, Blitzen, Vixen. No, you're not allowed to check HOTV.
Tricky.
That's just cheating.
It's tricky.
Oh my goodness. Disgraceful.
It's really hard to do that game.
I know it is. It's a hard game. But it tests how much you're paying attention and how well you know the teams.
So, everyone disconnected. What do you mean? Every answer was a right answer.
No, but I mean, who's missing now?
Tricky.
Yeah, but you checked HOTV, you cheater.
I don't know what to do that. Oh, they're all gone again.
Oh no. What is going on?
Trident having some issues at the moment. Hopefully gonna be fixed fairly shortly. Yeah.
It's a rough time for it as well because Trident are actually looking like really good on this map.
Yeah.
The last thing you want is that breaker pace. I think the momentum is such a huge thing when you're the underdogs and you're putting up the numbers on your opponent's pick and things like that. Momentum is massive, and when that momentum's broken by technical pauses, it really sucks.
Yeah, it does. And for Trident, I wonder what they do next once they join. Bet they have some cool, quirky idea to do. But... Can we say that? For Trident, there's a hope for Trident here, Josh? I'm pretty sure every caster is the caster that likes Adam Sandler movies. No, Josh really likes Adam Sandler movies. I don't think... Is there an Adam Sandler movie you haven't seen and can quote?
No, I've seen all the Adam Sandler movies.
He's referring to like the ones. Imagine a C-tier movie, then head south. Like he's
exactly. But see, he says everyone likes Adam Sandler movies. Yes, Kremer here doesn't like Adam Sandler.
No, it's
movies.
not. I don't like
he
them.
Watches
They're not my go-to.
Boring movies and listens to boring music, and he's.
What do you mean boring music?
Rubbish.
You would listen to a music that doesn't have a wob in it.
Yeah, because I'm a party man. I don't like music unless it goes wob 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 and it like has bass behind it and it dub 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 wob wob wob.
So you realise how you sound.
Yep.
How does that sound like I'm all with a bad taste? Are we a married couple? We argue like one, don't we? Kremer has the better movie taste. He does the yo.
He's called Kemmler, so
I feel that's probably just a hint on Himmler actually, but
he's talking about someone else.
Oh right, or he's talking about someone else. We'll see. I'm like actively sending our Twitter into the chat to have a casters command set up, but that's
yeah,
right.
It's a bit of a shame. If anyone wants to give us a follow though, then
that would be
follow
great.
You back. I'm in a good mood.
Josh will follow you back. I don't know if actually is my followers at like a close number.
Oh my god, 3 people. 3 people have just followed, and they've all just got follows back. It's crazy.
They actually have as well. So you've actually got that really quickly as well.
Yeah, I'm quick, snappy, bam, bam, bam.
Josh will follow you back if you follow him. I'll probably do the same. I think Josh will make me. So.
Yeah, you gotta be nice to these people. These are our.
Yeah. These are about close as we get to fans, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I think
that and the people who are asking for pictures of my feet. They're also fans.
Yeah.
This casting duo is super underrated. No, I think we're rated about. How good we are, to be honest. There's probably some big producer at ESL who sees us do this. He goes, "Yeah, we don't want them.
Yeah, we don't want these guys.
We don't want these guys.
We're rated adequately." Right, we've just been told in our ear that we are going to be going to another quick break. So hopefully, whatever's going on right now will be solved really, really soon. But yeah, stay tuned, folks. Really, really sorry for these delays. We'll be back with you as soon as we can be.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my mom life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer.
Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now. Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regret. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10.
come crashing down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Hello, 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 and welcome back as we've recovered from our tech pauses, and we're back with Trident, equal with Gambit. What on earth does that mean for Gambit now, who have had a moment to completely reset the tempo? Instead, Trident, they want to keep up the momentum. They do so the fast it onto A. Norway good for one. Shiro to trade. 4-on-4. Anthony eats an aid on stairs, and we're not even given a moment to get ourselves comfortable. We're straight into the action. And for Shiro, trying to find a hole in that CT smoke, he's able to see Seeds dive towards him. He's able to stop them though. Instead, Glowing, who shifts to the other side of these stairs, in order to fight Axel where he can. Nafany, quick kill by him. The remaining members of Trident in a uncomfortable position. Close CT means that Seeds is able to dance through the smoke, but Inters is expecting him to do so. Gets the quick kill. 4-on-2. Nafany onto Tricky, leaves it all onto Glax in a 1 versus 2. Good for 1. Axel to trade for Gambit. That'll be 10.
Well, the 1v4 was just too difficult for him, and if you go 10-9, not a bad round there at all from Gambit, but there's still plenty of money here from Trident. They got that bomb plant, they kept it rather contentious, so yeah, loads of cash behind them. For Seized, he'll get a drop, probably from Clax. There we go, AK dropped over, Tricky going for that AWP, and we will see another hefty investment. Glowing had enough to drop him as well, but he's in a position where he can buy himself full U-tilt. And we'll see if Trident can try and double dip into that one and try and snatch away another round. As Gambit, they're on a buy, but Nafany demoted down to that FAMAS. And they're in reset territory as well. If they lose this next round, they're not going to have any money, and that's a pretty scary prospect.
Trident, who, well, if anyone could reset, that would be now. Seized, nice kill onto Axel to open things up, though, and that's untraded. However, as he reloads, Nafany swings out, quick kill, 4-on-4. Tricky. He's the next man to make things tricky for Gambit, and he has scoped in on the angle, expects there to be an attack. Instead, they look to flash their teammates out from A. Now, with 2 players in mid, 2 players positioned on ramp and Palace, Trident with a really, really strong position. However, Nafany seems to have read this quite well. He's wearing the attack player could be on short. Inters finishes off Tricky now. Man advantage for Gambit. Double down with Hobbit's kill onto Glowing, meaning the remaining 2 players have to burst out from A. For Norway, he's spammed down a little bit. Clax in the same position where we await this attack, and as Nafany expects the last man, Clax swings out, catches him out into a 1 versus 4. Clax good for 1, traded out by Hobbit. Gambit now with 11.
Yeah, not bad there from Gambit at all. 11-9, and Trident, whilst they kept that one fairly contentious, they are able to take it over the top. So, no money here for Trident. Pistols in hand, a little bit of Kevlar behind it, and it's really unfortunate because it seems that that break of pace, that tech issue, cost them. And I said at the very start of it, I said that it's just really rough. It's kind of like the last thing you want when you're in a position where you say, oh, yeah, we've got a lot of momentum. It's just insane. It's absolutely insane. Another timeout, another player's disconnected. I don't get it, folks. I don't get it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't want to throw about any accusations, but literally this is the second Gambit game we've covered this week. This is the second time it's been contentious against an underdog, and there's all sorts of tech issues going on. I don't get it. Hopefully, there's nothing going on here, but it seems very, very bizarre that we're having these issues. Quick comeback back into the server, so hopefully we should be back underway. But I really, really hope that we don't have a repeat of what we saw last week.
For Trident, pistols in hand now, and my worry for Trident is with limited pistols, as you mentioned, it's got to be a faster play. They can't play the utility game, they can't play the War of Attrition with Gambit. So because of that, Gambit, who deploy the odd-bit util out to mid, tries to keep Trident away from anyone for the time being, and instead, bit of a peek out towards Palace, or out towards Apps even, and with no trade, instead, Gambit awaited an attack from a single flash on Clax. That's deployed. Now, it's all down to aim duels, and unfortunately for Nafany, Caesar will look to take that fight in connector. Shiro dinks down instantly there by Caesar. Beautiful opening. With Inters trading onto Glowing, we see now with not much else to do. Tricky falling, and Gambit, let me just clear this up now.
Well, it should be 12 here for Gambit, and there we go. Free kill there for Axel onto Norway. 5 versus 2, and A little spam away from Axel there too. Really, really clean round here for Gambit. They're not phased whatsoever by the pistols, and when it comes down to Tricky, just a deagle in hand. Very, very low on health. 7 HP. Should be able to take down Axel. Free kill for him. A little bit of economic damage. Bearing in mind this is an eco. It's not bad at all. Fine, sort of 1, 2 kills. Nafany able to take out Tricky though. 12-9. And as I say, it just seems like Trident haven't been able to recover since that first time out. Things were going well for them. They were on the up. Since that point, they seem to have really struggled. Now they come back into this one. We see a few AKs. We see that Galil on Clax. And this is maybe their opportunity to come back into this one and try and close this gap once again. If they can't, I think Gambit probably run away with this.
Trident with a couple of AKs come out. There is a Galil in amongst the mix with Clax, however. He can just switch it out second one of his teammates fall if they fall. Nafany expecting pushes up from short instead of Shiro to shut down the first member. Instead, Trident, can they respond? And as they do so, it'll be with Clax to go up short. Axel, he's the man to worry about, and as you spam down by Clax, the response is damage through that smoke. Instead, Gambit, who keep it equal, back off and expect trying to boost into window. For Nafany, this is a beautiful read onto Seized now. He just needs to commit to it as we wait to see what Gambit can do next.
Well, Seized in this corner. Oh, should be able to win that duel onto Nafany, but he's lost it. Nafany tagged up from Clax by elsewhere. However, Clax popping that flash over the top. Might be able to take a duel. 50 seconds left, and they are starting to run out of time and running out of options with it as well. They've taken this C4, Norway and Tricky heading around to this A site. I was kind of hoping that Clax would try and get some kind of pincer going in window or maybe towards connector. Instead opts against it. He's going to fall away to apps, maybe be a really, really late lurk. And with 30 seconds left, Nafany tucking himself into jungle seems like the only line of defense here on this A site until Shiro gets into position.
Nafany expecting this peek instead. Shiro to get the initial kill. Hobbit onto Clax, leaves it all onto Norway, who, while he kills Shiro, left in a 1v3 with only 10 seconds left, is caught trying to cross. Gambit with 13, and Trident now with another really shaky buy ahead now, Josh. While the loss bonus is starting to kick in, it's just a little bit short to justify them investing once more.
Well, 13-9, as you say, yeah, it's one of these scenarios where Trident kind of have to bite the bullet. They have to eat the eco. There kind of is enough for them to maybe go for a buy with a couple of AKs, a couple of Galils, but they'd much rather jump down to these pistols, allow Gambit onto 14, then come into the next round with a heftier investment. Molly, oh, it's going to tag down Glowing a hell of a lot, just about falls away. If Shiro was on the angle, he could have done some serious damage there. With a minute 30 left, they're about to peek into his waiting crosshair regardless. Deagle peeks, lightning fast flick there from Shiro and Trident. Oh, that slowed them in their tracks instantly.
Shiro, another beautiful shot onto Glowing there. Leaves us in a 5-on-2 or 5-on-3 even. Tricky. He needs to be careful with this peek. And Shiro, ready to flick to the right. And you can do so Tricky. He instantly executed. There's a flash, there's a swing. Really well timed as Shiro takes a bit of damage. And instead, Trident, who hoped the flank from Seized would work, are left in a 5-on-2 with Clax and Tricky. Maybe a matter of running out and dying just so they can get the next round underway. Clax finished off by Hobbit, leaves it all onto Tricky, who hides and cowers on just 15 HP, for he too should make his Peter's maker.
For the flank from Seas to work there, the A players actually need to make a bit of presence. They need to cause a bit of a ruckus, maybe find a kill or two, and then that would draw the attention, it would draw the rotations, that would be their opportunity to wriggle their way in. That wasn't the case at all. They were actually torn to shreds on the initial engagements from Shiro, and then Seized round the back was just anticipated. When you look at the kills here on Trident, Norway head and shoulders above everybody else. Clax, he's putting up a big performance as well, 16-16, but for Tricky, Glowing and Seized, it's not been a great game. They're still on single digits, 7, 8 kills apiece. Not too good at all. No performance to brag about. Of course, it was incredibly close at the 9-9 mark. Now, is looking fairly one-sided. Big kill there from Seized. Molly going to rain in. Nafany needs to be careful. And as he falls away, he takes a fair amount of damage from it. And now they're going to press on to this B-bomb site. Inter, the only man to defend it. First kill found. Instantly traded, though. And this is a good take from Trident. And a man advantage as well.
4 on 3, make that a 4 on out, 3 on 2, 2 on 2 with Nafany and Tricky exchanging blows. But Shiro and Hobbit, they've got to try and find an opening similarly to how Nafany did with that swing on the AUG. And instead, they don't want to risk it. They back away. It looks like we're going to see Shiro, instead of backing away actually, turn his attention to short. Seized will be the man he has to duel. As he peeks into it. Seized, there's the first. Is there a trade? Yes, there is. Hobbit now, 1v1 with Tricky. He expects him on bench. That nade it. Definitely good. He taps that bomb once. He hides in the smoke with only... We've got to stick it. Tricky, though, he finishes the job as Trident make it 10.
Hobbit didn't even have time there to commit to that defuse. That was a pretty mad one. I don't think he realised he didn't have a kit, perhaps. I'm not sure. Either way, well played there from Trident. Seized. Going for the spam, he actually saw the barrel peeking in short, so he went for the pre-fire, and it worked out really nicely for him. 14 to 10. They come into this one with a decent buy. AKs on 3, couple of Galils. The issue is for them is that this Gambit economy is still so strong. They've got the rifles behind them. Shiro on that AWP. They've still got a little bit of cash behind it too. Full utility. Same here for the Trident side, though, as they're about to go for a full A execution, and Gambit are almost playing a bit of a retake setup here. They've only got Hobbit up close to balcony. He seems to have been anticipated. And there we go. Free fire from Clax. Traded 1 for 1. But that gives them the bomb site. And the smokes, it gives them safe passage to get this plant.
With that plant as well, Trident are left in a seriously... Well, Gambit left in a seriously uncomfortable position. They don't even risk going for the retake here. Instead, we saw what was originally a backaway. Instead, it's actually a fight. Nor we go into jungle. He hears Axel bring out a few shots, glowing up on triple box. Can he spot out Inters? Well, let's go for one in connector. Trade there by Inters as well as Messi. Tricky assists, glowing onto Shiro, leaves it all onto Nafany in a 1v2. Tiki brought out by glowing. A beautiful round by glowing there. Let's try it with 11, reduced the differential to just 3 rounds.
And they might be able to make it 2 as well. For Gambit, there's no money behind them. So either they go for a funky force buy, which I really do advise against, or they go for just pistols here. Shiro will probably just have a Desert Eagle or something like that. He wants to stay above that 3k mark to make sure he can buy an AWP in the next. And yeah, if we see a couple of pistols and other guys, that kind of makes sense. But then we won't see a whole lot more than that. Only Kevlar on Inters. Axel with that HE. Hobbit blocking that smoke a little bit. I'm not sure if that's left a gap for Axel. It actually hasn't. So they're just going to go for a quick boost here. Get the man into ladder room. It's not going to make a huge amount of difference. A short smoke's off as well, but maybe gives them a small advantage. And as Seized gets timinged, Nafany, big peek there from him. Gambit. Still looking fierce right now. It's glowing. Oh, spots out the man on short. Can't quite fire anything off, though. It's a bit of a rough start from Trident, I'll be honest.
It really is, and unfortunately for them, if there ever was a chance to topple Gambit, it would have to be, well, it's an eco. It should be an easy round for them. It would have to be in the next, but as Gambit look to stop Trident from this attack, to rely on Axel to prevent the cross. Hobbit spotting glowing in mid, triggers the push from Trident. Clax for the first, Clax for the second. Axel trading for 1. A nice shot onto Tricky, leaving it into 3-on-3. Tries to back away in time to fight glowing, and while he's damaged him, he's been unable to kill him. Now Inters. This flank is everything. 2 versus 3. Inters. And he finished the job on them. Picking up the AWP gives him something to work with, but instead he holds on to the Deagle. Knowing Norway's probably in firebox, he can't risk the fight, and instead he backs away with this AWP, meaning Hobbit is the only man who can begin to fight Trident. This will be 12, reducing the differential to just 2 rounds, and for Gambit, that's where things get a bit scary for them.
It's a good round from Trident, and you know that ramp flank can do a lot. It really, really can do a lot. But if they're already on site, they're planting default. There's really no opportunity, and that's exactly what we see there. Inters, a couple of really nice kills, holds on to that AWP, so there's no time for that defuse. Neither of them have kits, and we'll see Trident win the round. 14 to 12. And this is where the big buy comes out from Trident. Of course, they don't have a huge amount of money behind them, but they certainly have enough to pull out these AKs. We won't see an AWP on Tricky. Instead, we will see a 5-rifle configuration with a fair amount of util behind them. Glowing, the only man that's lacking. Over on the other side of things, Gambit, still with cash in the bank, holding on to those 2 rifles, bolsters their economy that little bit further. But remember, if they lose this round, they really are in the mud. That's where we might actually see the scoreline tie up, and we might see Trident pull this one back a little bit further, maybe give themselves some hope to take map 1. Of course, this is Gambit's map pick, so it'd be huge if Trident could take it, especially with all of the contingencies that they've faced so far.
With Trident going for a bit of a flip towards B. We've got Norway caught out by Inters on the opening. Axel behind the smoke. Can't really assist, but here's a palace dive. Clacks onto Daphne means Hobbit has to go huge if he wants any hope here. While they continue to flash their way out, Hobbit prays for timing on triple. As he peeks out, Clacks spots him out. There's damage, and as he spams down, he doubles down onto Glowing there before Tricky trades 2-on-2. A minute to toy with without the bomb means the flanker seized has to be what matters for Trident. And bear in mind, Josh, if they lose this, Trident, who go back into jungle now, sees, can he catch out Inters? Axel the man to worry about, and Axel and Connector just hiding from these members. Sees hard clearing every angle he can. Axel the first man to worry about. Axel, there's the kill. All on Inters now. 25 seconds left. He expects Seas there. He tries to ring out. There's the kill. He knows the last will be above him. Tricky spots him out, but Inters comes out on top, winning the 1v2 and delivering Gambit to match point.
Well, it's a massive, massive play from him at a big time as well. Had they have lost that round, it would have gone 14-13. They wouldn't have had a huge amount of cash behind them, and it certainly would have been worrying. Taking it over the top puts Gambit in a position where we see them only down to the pistols. Honestly, I think there's a chance that they win this round and stay alive in this one, but if they can't, then yeah, we'll see Gambit tip this one over the top. And whilst it's been a bit of a roller coaster to get us here, it's been a strong performance from them overall. They've certainly been challenged, but they've overcome it. And Glowing, charging down, of course, with that MAC-10. In fact, yeah, MAC-10 and the Tech-9's firing away. But Axel's there, and he's just stronger. It's an absolute shutdown. It's the end of map 1.
Just like that, Gambit, they go 16-12 up, winning their map pick of Mirage, and shutting down Trident after what was originally quite a close opening is now responded to in what would be a quite clean follow-up. So yeah, really well played by Gambit there to come back, and commiserations to Trident, who were only able to muster 12 rounds. That being said, though, that's not our only match. We've got another one coming up now, where we're going to see if Gambit are able to topple Trident on Trident's map pick.
Yeah, and I actually really do fancy their chances as well, to be honest. Bearing in mind they've brought it as close as they did on Gambit's pick, and they've had those technical issues and whatnot with it. The fact that, yeah, they kept it as close as they did. They put up some really good rounds. I think that there is really a chance that they could take it on Inferno. Remember, it's their pick. Even though they don't have the best history on it, I think that there's still hope for them. We're going to be going to a 10-minute break, folks. When we return, we will go to map 2 to see if Trident can cause an upset or whether Gambit take it into bites. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
Hello, 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 and welcome back as we bear witness to Trident versus Gambit. After being played by technical issues, Trident not quite able to topple Gambit in what was a very close affair. However, we're now moving to Trident's map pick of Inferno. Therefore, was a time to upset Gambit. Now would be it. I see our camera's flickering really badly.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
Try and fix it
We have
for
to
us.
restart it for it to stop flickering. Do
Right.
we just straight up restart it?
I think we should straight up restart
Alright,
it.
here we go. Way up. Sorry about that, folks.
Just good as new. Good
There
as
we go.
new.
Shouldn't flicker anymore.
I mean, yeah. Trident Gambit, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm still thinking Gambit. Yeah, we saw Trident put up a really, really strong performance there. I think if they don't have any technical issues or anything like that going into the second map, there's definitely a chance they could put up a good fight. Yeah, this is their map pick. They were able to take it the distance on their opponent's pick. But we'll just have to wait and see. Gambit, of course, #1 in the world up against number 75. I'm really not too sure if we're going to see any kind of crazy upsets today. I think if there was any time for them to upset, it would have been on Mirage. We're ready to start the game, though, folks. Without further ado, we'll be jumping into this second map. We're over on Inferno, and it's going to be Gambit starting off on their CT side. Of course, it's their opponent's pick, so they're on their defense. And let's see what they can do here as we see Trident go for an early B hit.
They're barreling straight towards B. We've got Hobbit now over on Coffins to assist. Daphne, who's quite caught out on rotation. Hobbit dink down instantly means that Trident, they're going to be pretty, well, fairly easy for them to get this site as they push ahead, shutting down their opponents where they can. And as they continue to get ready for a retake, Gambit, they all stack up. 4 members ready in ruins. Can it shut down Trident as Norway stacked up with his teammate, fully blinded, but Inters, he's good for 1. Axel good for the second now. 5 on 3. What's the follow-up as Shiro chimes in onto Glowing, leaving Caesar Tricky alone in a 2-on-5. He's hanging out who he can, when he can, but for Shiro and Daphne, it's a quick cleanup. A beautiful retake from Gambit there. They go 1-0 up.
Well, a really, really solid run there from Gambit. They seem to be really strong on their pistols, and that's exactly why. Absolute sweep. They go 1-0. And Shiro, a couple of nice kills from him too. Nothing found there from Trident. That was actually a flawless round from Gambit. And a nice way to start the second map of the series. As they come into the second round with 3 FAMASs, a Scout, Hobbit actually putting out another FAMAS as well. So there's 4 in hand for them. We'll get underway here with Trident. Interestingly, not going for any kind of buy. Now, they got the plant, but they didn't get any kills. Ordinarily, you'd see a T side. If they get the plant, they get a couple of frags, they go for a buy here. Instead, these guys are saying to themselves, do you know what? We can go for the Deagles. We can do a bit of damage. We can get a bit of mileage with these pistols. But then we'll have a full investment in the next, and we only have to go 2-0 down. Big opening headshot from Seized, proving that they can do damage with these pistols. Interestingly, Inters actually gets that Scout out of the way, throws it all the way back to the site, doing a bit of, yeah, what do you call it? Bit of,
Well, it's fear-mongering.
I suppose. But, like, it's almost like leapfrog with the guns. You pick up one, you throw the other, you pick up the other, you throw the other.
Yeah. It's like the Red Army, isn't it? As we see Daphne in CT, ready, boosted up, and instead, the members of Gambit, not quite trading instead. Trident, they turn their attention towards A. Now, Axel, he's that first point of contact. If Axel falls, Inters will be alone, and he's going to have to go straight to a retake for Trident. Can they hit this site? The Eagles, they are a very scary weapon to play against, even if they are unarmored. And as Norway peeks into Hobbit. Hobbit does a bit of damage. He's unable to get the kill, though, instead. He's forced back. 4-on-4 now. The Hobbit for Clax. Means that for the members of Gambit, what do they do next? Spam damage. That's tricky to shut down Hobbit, leaving us in a 3-on-3. And for Axel, the kills are glowing. Means that Inters is left in a really strong position now. Tricky. Nice shot into a 1v2. Killed off by Inters. And, well, Trident, that was a lot of damage considering they only had Deagles there.
It really was, yeah. And that kind of damage is brilliant. Getting 3 kills in a round like that puts them in a pretty strong position. Going into this third, AK's come out here for Trident. This is their full buy. This is their chance to try and bite back, of course. We see Gambit go for a couple of reinvestments after losing a couple of members there. There's no doubt about the fact that we'll see another M4 come out from Inter. Shiro actually going for that sniper, interestingly. But the other 3 still on those for masses. And this is the weak point. This is the Achilles heel here for Gambit. The Trident look to try and capitalise upon. So much util deployed here on Banana. But neither team actually looking to take control means that no damage is dealt. About $2,000-3,000 worth of util deployed there and not a single point of damage dealt.
That is going to be pretty positive for either side. Well, for Trident especially, actually, who they're the ones who are trying to drain Gambit's economy, and they do so by making sure that util doesn't land, by making sure they have to take these aim duels. And for Shiro, fully blinded initially. That's the back away. And instead, he's on the flank, finishes off Shiro. There's an opening, and once again, Gambit have lost this B side. Now, if the pistol rail's anything to go by, Gambit's retake on B is pretty bloody good. But in order for that to work, they need to have Ruins control. Norway preventing that forces Gambit to just back away instantly to go and save. Gambit, they go 2-1 up as Trident now have to, with no utility whatsoever, are able to hold the site. A great injection to their economy, and for Gambit, this is where things get even scarier because they have a shaky buy ahead. Shiro, I don't see how he's going to be able to muster anything. Maybe a Deagle, a bit of util, but that just might not be enough either.
Well, it's going to be a clean round from Trident. At the end of the day, even though they only find 1 kill, they don't take any casualties, and the fact that they're not hunting is fantastic. I really like this. If they hunt too hard, then what they do is they do 2 things. Firstly, they potentially lose their AK-47s, which sucks. And secondly, they drop those for masses, and it means that Gambit will then maybe go for a bit of a weaker buy in the next, but then they have M4s following forward. Whereas right now, saving those for masses, Trident are fine with that. They're happy with Gambit saving those for masses. They're the weaker weapons, and if Trident can continue what they're doing, then they're in a brilliant position regardless. 2-1, we see those parry match odds pop up, still heavily favouring Gambit, about 5.4 to 1 there, so if you do fancy Trident's chances, then place your bets over at parry match, that banner down below. Unfortunately, folks, we're going to see a quick technical timeout once again. One of the Trident players is disconnected, so we'll go into a quick pause here. A shame, just after Trident take their first round, they're not able to take any momentum off of the back of it, and we'll see a pause. So hopefully this one's sorted momentarily.
Fingers crossed it will be. Luckily, Caesar's back. Could be a quick one. I hope it's a quick one. If it's not, we may be in a bit of trouble, Josh. We have to fill even further.
Well, there we go. We're back into it straight away. So no real need for any kind of worry right there. We get straight back underway. Sees quickly disconnects, and then he's back in the server. As we go into round number 4, a hefty buy here from Trident, a big advantage in this one, and there's not much money behind them either. Of course, reset potential here for Trident, as Gambit, whilst they were able to save a fair few weapons in that last round, they've had to reinvest the util and everything with it, so yeah, there's really not a lot here. For Shiro, Axel, and Inters, there's nothing. For Nafany and Hobbit, there's sort of $1,500. And bearing in mind they haven't got any kind of loss bonus, they'll have 19. So for 3 players, they're going to have no money. For 2, they'll have just about enough to maybe buy like a FAMAS and armor, which they won't go for. We'll see a pistol investment in the next if Trident can take this. And that's a good opportunity for them to take the lead.
Flash off as they push into CT. Sees instant kill onto Nafany there. Beautiful opening now. And for the members of Gambit, Hobbit being the next one to worry about, finished off on the flank. Seized able to deliver for his team with deep CT smokes. Gambit once again have no choice but to save. There's not a single thing they can even hope to do now. As Trident go 5-3 up, what on earth can Gambit do next? Trident looking into Hunt now as Seized. He'll lead this charge and he'll lead this aggression. Understandably so, because he's the one who had those 2 solid openings on B. As Glowing finishes off into Axel and Shiro now. Needs to be very damn careful. No money whatsoever. They need to stay alive. And Seized, he prevents the first. It's now Axel who desperately hides in pits. Luckily he can, but only 1 M4 into the next. Not a pretty sight for Gambit, who now have to go to a awful bye.
A really solid hunt there from Trident. They're able to take down the majority of the saved weaponry. And as we go into round number 5, they've got a major firepower advantage. As I said before, Gambit, they do not have the money to invest in this one. So around Axel's saved them 4. We'll just see a couple of pistols. That's it. No Kevlar, no anything. No utility besides Hobbit's flashbang. No stacks either. Ordinarily in a round like this, you're kind of used to seeing some kind of funky stack in play, something a little different. Right now, they go for Old Faithful. They go for a default. Nafany on the other side of the smoke. Hoping to get the element of surprise. So much damage dealt there onto Klatz. Gets him down to 2 HP. But he's not able to finish off the job. He gets taken out by Norway. And we go into a 5-on-3 where Gambit, they're looking very weak.
Gambit with 3 members left and Tricky, seeing Hobbit, does a bit of damage to him, tries to keep him back and hasn't quite done so yet. Instead, Inters center sight is the man to worry about. Tricky onto Shiro, Norway onto Inters, leaves Hobbit alone in a 1v5. Collapse of HP means it's an exploitable position, but just not really enough. Glowing kills him off. Trident with 3-2 now. So they take the lead against Gambit, potentially looking to lead a bit of an upset.
Round number 6. As we go into it, Gambit, they do have money to buy. Remember, they went for a bit of a half investment in the last. Of course, they had that M4 that they saved. The rest of the players just went for some pistols, didn't overinvest. It means that they do have the cash to go into this one quite strong. However, for Trident, it's a full investment of their own. We see AWPs on both sides. Shiro and Tricky, the battle of the Titans. And we'll wait and see who comes out on top. Seized, just looking to take some early banana control. Gambit not looking to contest it at all. A decoy has been deployed, and that's all they have in terms of defensive util over towards that side of things, as no one on the side actually has any offensive utility. Hobbit with an incendiary and a HE, but no one else with anything. They've prioritized the smokes and the flashes, and on a map like Inferno, where util damage is key, that's interesting.
Shiro, up in Apps, brings out a shot, complete blood in the process. Inters has to deliver, and deliver he does for 2. Sees onto Inters though, knows there's a player up in Apps. Shiro, having made the noise, means he smokes out. He'll try to flash himself out as they plant in the far side of sight. Means Hobbit has to be careful for players who aggress onto him from Arch, and we may see that from Tricky now, who over in mid. Hobbit for the kill. 2-on-4. Low HP on Seized means he needs to be very careful from this utility. And Seized just jumps up, hopes to find something, but alone in a 1v4, he 2 fools. Gambit equalises 3-3, and Trident move into a reinvestment.
Bit of an unfortunate one there from Tricky. Bear in mind they didn't have any control towards that archway or library. It seems bizarre that he's just holding out in the open towards middle, but it's unfortunate. Maybe a bad call, maybe a bad read, either way. Doesn't work out for him. We go 3-3, but there's still plenty of money here for Trident. Tricky had about 10k in the bank before that investment right there, so definitely a a good opportunity for them to go for another full buy. And I think we'll see another one in the next as well, even if they do lose this round. With Claxon Tricky on about 5k, Seized, Glowing, Norway. They've got a fair amount behind them on that T-side economy. They should be good for another buy. Over on the Gambit side of things, they're looking pretty strong as well. Having saved 3 AKs in the last, they're looking pretty fierce. Those AKs, they pack a bit of an extra punch. That one-hit headshot potential, definitely something you want on your defense.
You know, City side has won around convincingly when they have more AKs than M4s, right? And honestly, if you just didn't have colour, you wouldn't know what side Gambit were. The amount of AKs they wield now. And looking over to Trident, who go for some aggression in B. Fully blind though. Hobbit onto Seized is able to capitalise off the lone member aggressing solo. Gets that opening, and in this 3-on-3 now, Axel, he's the man called to action as Trident turn their attention to this A site. He deploys the odd flash on short just to keep him back and make sure he has enough time for his teammates to pull back and assist him. And for Gambit, they've read this really well now as Trident prepare for this hits. Up short they go. There's definitely good for 1, 2. Norway does trade, but they're still able to stand tall. Tricky good for yes another. Tricky left to 1v3, taps that part. Axel shuts him down with a very clean headshot as Gambit no go 4-3 up.
For Trident, it's a bit of a weird one. They've got enough money to maybe go for a buy here. Glowing and Norway, the only 2 players that are a little strapped for cash, but they could definitely go for AKs or Galils and just not worry too much about the utility. Their teammates can cover for that one, and there we go. That's what they're going to go for here. We see a couple of AKs in play. Glowing, interestingly, goes down to that Deagle. Okay, no, there's a Galil on the floor for him, so interesting that he actually went for that Deagle investment. Either way, he'll be happy to come into this one with a rifle. 1 round advantage here for Gambit. They're looking to try and take the early man as Shiro on the angle. Fires off the shot. No one going to peek into it, though. Deploys a quick molly and falls off of the angle. And for Trident, it's all just about map control. And map control, they've been gifted. Gambit not contesting Banana at all. Not contesting the apartments too heavily either. Axel teasing a bit of a peek here towards this hallway. But with the smoke in place, he's not going to seal too much.
Shiro waiting for Seized to peek into him. Unable to do so yet, though. Instead, I wait to see what Axel does next. That nade up short. It's a bit of sickle damage. It's nothing too substantial, though. And instead, Norway positioned in mid. Let's go off as he looks to hide. And instead, Gambit fanned out around this position. See what Trident do next. And for Trident, as they brace for this hit up long, man to worry about his Hobbits, who spots out the first, and there's the kill. Gambit now a man up, make that 2 men up with a follow-up onto Glowing. However, Clax to trade means the mid-B split is now imminent, as Nafany, he'll hear the player around him. He needs to try and kill Clax. That kill is perfect. Now, all the pressure's on Shiro to prevent these players from trying to hit the site. And with Nafany and Shiro both chiming in, Gambit go 5-3 up.
Oh, a nice little lead for them, and they should be able to extend it further as well, as Trident don't have any money in the bank. This is more than likely going to go 6 for Gambit. And this is maybe their chance to snowball a little bit. Of course, when you start to win rounds like this, not only does it put numbers on the board, but it starts to build that confidence. And that's why they call it the snowball effect. Because, of course, you build up that money, you build up that confidence, and you end up just kind of running away with the game. Inters, nice early nade. Doesn't actually do any damage, interestingly. But Shiro, about to peek off of any kind of contact, can't flick up and hit the shot either. So, no damage dealt here in the first 30 seconds, despite the initial prods here from the defense.
Trident, who now stack up in B. They do have a few luck players with Clax and Glowing in mid and in second mid who didn't up for an initial kill. However, Tricky is the man who really has to pack the power. Hobbit, who was spotted out, just backs off, rotates around to CT, and means that as this 4 on however many dare beacon emerges, Hobbit through the smoke does the odd bit of damage to Norway. Nade in hand tries to follow through, hasn't done so yet. Instead, he waits for Gambit to... Well, he waits for Trident to show a bit more presence. Without any util, Trident, they need these kills, they need these headshots. But Nafany boosted up, won't have any interest in pushing into them. So instead, we've got 45 seconds left. Trident, having gone quiet, prepare themselves for a hit.
Shiro, nice opening kill there onto Glowing. Oh my goodness, Clax. An incredible shot, Tricky following up with another. And around that Trident have no equity and might actually be able to pull this off. A man advantage taken. They've got the B site, they've got the bomb down, they've retrieved the rifle. The lack of Kevlar could be a bit of a problem. But this is such a difficult site to retake, and with Clax cementing it, finding one more, he's going to drop the rifle back, pick up another. This just fortifies his teammates even further, and the site with it. Shiro doesn't want to aggress until his teammates maybe made a play. As he catches out Clax over aggressing, he'll be able to find the shot, but there's no round up for grabs. There's no way he's going to aggress any further. And with a whiffed shot seized, he'll be happy to hold on to this M4. He'll be happy to delay as his teammates press further forward. It's the round in the bag, and they're going to find all the kills regardless. Tricky and Seized to finish off the job, and Trident make it 4. What an incredible recovery.
Really strong round for them, and a round I don't think either of us expected them to have a chance in. They're able to deliver, and those deals they just ring true. They decimate Gambit, and for Gambit, with a reinvestment, I hope something works for them. Over on Trident, with these members who look to hold, are going to have to potentially even just wait out Gambit, play the war of attrition Gambit with limited utility. It's not limited by much, but there is still fractionally more util on Trident, which means the way Patience game will, in the long run, favour them.
Round number 10. And a full buy from both sides. Once again, it's this battle of the AWPs between Shiro and Tricky. Previously, Shiro been the better AWPer here on the server. But huge reset potential right now. Gambit, they've got no money in the bank. For Trident, I mean, they're not loaded, let's be honest, but there's a decent amount behind them. If they can win this round, it puts them in a fantastic position. Great flash there to get Shiro off the angle. Now he has to re-peek. Doesn't win the duel in terms of who can hit the first shot, but wins the duel in terms of who can actually get the kill. Two-man advantage here as Trident start to regress further up to brackets. But for Shiro, he's fallen away. Tricky creeping up to long, hoping that Inters will be somewhere on this arch angle. Instead, he's playing much, much deeper.
Axel in pit has to worry, has to await this Trident attack. For Gambit, 2 men up are just playing for time. They realize Trident have absolutely run down the clock here. Hope something they throw at Gambit will work. Gambit embrace themselves and prepare for a 6th. Now the flashes go out. Shiro allows Axel to trade onto 1. Norway to trade. Shiro to cement a 1v4 now for Tricky, and this is where he struggles. It's a nice kill onto Winters. Sure, it helps with 8 seconds left. We need to kill Shiro, who no-scopes through the smoke to get the kill, providing Gambit with 6, and at 6-4, Trident with a really shaky buy now. Have to recover.
I'll be honest, bearing in mind it's round number 11, I reckon that Trident go for a bit of an eco here. We'll probably see a couple of pistols come out and nothing much more. Tricky, whilst he's got more money than everybody else, he wants to hold on to it. He wants that AWP moving forward. I'm surprised that he doesn't buy Deagle or something. It seems kind of bizarre that he hasn't bought anything right now. But bearing in mind the rest of his teammates haven't got anything to work with, it kind of makes sense. Glocks a foot, a couple of P250s, 4 flashbangs to work with, and it seems like they're going to go for a fast hit towards B and cross their fingers for a bomb plant. Sees the man with the flashes, he's about to pop them over the top, and it could be enough to give them some leg room, but with the late molly deployed and the nade raining in, that's going to do absolutely tons of damage. And as Hobbit takes the contact, he'll spot out at least 1, but he knows that there's probably more, especially given the buy, and he's called for the late rotation.
Trident now hitting the full hits. Hobbit and Shiro for 1v2. Oh, one combo actually works perfectly. Hobbit with 3 quick kills. Well, Shiro does trade. For Gambit, that'll be 7 now, and as they build quite a significant lead at 7-4, Trident, if they lose this round, they're left in a very scary position where they've got a little bit left in the bank, but will it be enough to topple Gambit? Honestly, I'm not sure.
Well, we do actually interestingly see a better buy here from Trident. Right now, they've got the AWP, they've got 4 AKs, they've got lots of util behind them. On the other side of things, we see a similar affair, but Axel down to the UMP. Now, bear in mind, this isn't out of necessity, this is out of choice. Now, what's interesting right now is that statistically, Gambit horrifically favour their CT side. Like, they really, really favour their CT side. When you look at the stats, they do not put many rounds up on their attack. So they are looking for kind of 10 rounds here, I'd say. I know that sounds crazy, but they really are. And Trident are on track for maybe more. Clax on the jiggle. Can't quite catch out Shiro. And interestingly, Trident... Oh, they don't fancy their CT side either. What is going on? Inferno isn't a T-sided map.
Well, Trident seem to think it is. Going actually quite a big favourite to their T-side. Makes me think that actually Gambit, even if it goes anything even closer to a 10-5, say 9-6, they're actually in a fighting position. And with 8, Trident, who once again have to go to an awful bye, means that they're going to at least hit that 9 as a benchmark. Anything else from there will just be bonus, which is something they're going to be very happy with indeed.
Yeah, I imagine we just see an eco here. Probably a couple of pistols come out. Bearing in mind we're going into the closing stages of the half and they've got this loss bonus that's starting to accumulate. It's kind of no surprise that they go for a bit of a half investment right now. If they can do some damage with these Deagles, it'd be big. If they can find a bomb plant, it'd be even better. With Shiro finding that opening, it's a great way to kick things off. Tricky, tucked in the corner, needs to be very careful. Nade lands right at his feet. It's going to do so much damage. He's very lucky that that fire didn't spread, but he seemed to be aware that it wouldn't. Hobbit holding this banana control. I think he thinks he has it, but as he spots the head poke out, knows there's a man on logs, and he's not even going to stick around to fight. He knows that Tricky's a very powerful player with that Desert Eagle and doesn't want to present his head on a silver platter. So instead, he'll take a step back, allow Trident the little control that they have.
Shiro's kill onto glowing, just perfect. Trident, 3 players left. Norway, Clax, and Tricky, 2 of them already low HP. Clax is the only man you really bears any teeth here, and as they push ahead, will Nafferty be able to stop them?
Two-man advantage here for Gambit. No real surprise. And oh my goodness, Nafferty lines him up. I don't even think he meant to kill 2 players there, but he did. He's hungry for the 3rd as well. Spamming away through the smoke. Oh my goodness, he's getting incredibly close, and Clax realizes it. Nafferty should see him on the jump spot. There we go. He does. That's why they're spamming away. And Hobbit's able to finish things off. So a 2k for Nafferty and Shiro. Hobbit finding that final, that 5th, to finish off that round. And Gambit on to 9 here. Now, as we said before, if Gambit can take 10 rounds, then it's pretty much game over. So Trident, it's very, very important. It's integral that they win the next 2. They come into this one with a hefty buy to do so as well. 4 AKs, an AWP, lots of utility behind them. And we see the same on the Gambit side too. So plenty to work with. Early presence here towards T-Ramp. Now on Inferno, that doesn't mean too much, of course. I like the fact that they hold the bottom of Banana, though, early on. So many teams try and get that aggressive Banana control. They get bombarded with nades, and then they regret it. But the fact that Trident, at the start of every single round, for the first 15 seconds, they say, right, we don't want to contest Banana at all. Unfortunately, it means on the re-aggression, Shiro's waiting for you on the corner.
That is a big unfortunately. Shiro, unfortunately, Josh, just happens to be nuts. And with Norway, they run straight through the volley. Norway straight to CT, actually, is finished off by Hobbit there. If he'd got into the flank, that would have been cataclysmic for Gambit. However, it means that Shiro goes Tricky, means he continues his aggression glowing. He too falls to Shiro, who's on fire right now. Clax loaded a 1v4. Damage from the flank allows Nafferty to deliver Gambit to 10. At 10-4 now, Trident in a lot of trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. I said that last round was a must-win. Not being able to win it puts them in a real predicament. It's not looking good. It's really not looking good right now. And if they can't win this next one, I don't fancy their chances. Of course, we did see them with a similar scoreline at halftime last time around. They were able to pull off the comeback. However, I'm not sure what's in store for us. In fact, that was the map before. That was the series before, sorry. We saw the 11-4 halves. Last map, we saw a much closer half. We ended up going 9-9. So, yeah, I'm getting... It all kind of merges into one sometimes, Chroma. When we have a long day of Counter-Strike, we see sort of 5-6 maps. That's where it all just merges. It all just merges into one. But yeah, early man advantage here for Gambit. Shiro looking to make it 2, and he absolutely does. Really clean stuff.
Shiro going 21-7 right now, Josh. He is on fire. is, well, you know what else is on fire? Amps is on fire. And that util usage is just perfect. Norway, he's forced further back, or further lower on HP, as Inters, who, you know, Inters going 4 to 6. That looks pretty bad, but actually he's just not seen anyone. He's only died 6 times, and while he makes it 5 to 6, Clax trades. Inters left alone on this site, but his teammates in rotation finish off seized, meaning Clax, are painfully, pitifully alone in a 1v4, has to make his way out here. As he does so, he's good for 1. Traded out by Hobbit, leaves Gambit 11 to 4 up.
Yeah, the fact that he's only died 6 times shows that it's not necessarily that he's losing the gunfights, it is literally lack of opportunity. And do you know what, Craig? Could you imagine if Counter-Strike had like a destructive environment and it was all reactive, and if you threw a Molotov into apps where everything's made of wood, then apps just caught fire and it all just burned. Yeah. I think that would make the game suck.
Fire spread in any game is something I love. Fire spread in Minecraft is great as well.
Yeah. I mean,
I keep burning down our friend's treehouse, but don't tell him.
What was that?
I keep burning down our friend's treehouse, but I don't tell him that.
Alrighty.
Maybe he's just watching this.
What else has fire spread?
Surprise.
Far Cry has fire spread. You
Far
can
Cry,
set fire to like
that's
a
great.
field
Great.
and it all just
Bushfires.
burns.
Yeah, that's great. Wolfenstein kind of does.
Yeah.
Except it's in a castle, so there's not much to catch fire to. Rust, I guess, does Rust have fire spread? No, it doesn't.
I don't know. I played Rust for the first time with you the other day, and it
great.
was quite an enjoyable experience. Yeah,
that's great. You kept getting loads of stuff though, and you wouldn't return base to deposit. So when you died, you just lost everything.
Yeah, but that's me, a loot machine.
You're giving loot to everyone else. You've become a gather machine for everyone else. Hobbit opens up with a kill onto Norway. Tricky with the utility of Trident to allow a response. However, for the time being, none has really come. Inters just finishes off the remaining members on B with Axel. And while Tricky does have util, sure, that's great, it helps, but you need teammates to use it with. Glowing, hiding in mid has been spotted out, killed off by Napoli, leaves it all onto Tricky in a 1v4. I think this is where he falls, and I think this is where Gambit go 12-4 up, Josh.
Well, Tricky left in a 1-on-4. I mean, it's a round he's going to go for it. The pistol. There's really nothing to lose here for him, but I don't know how I feel about this. It's going to go 12-4. Gambit, they should be able to close this one out. It's really unfortunate. Honestly, I feel quite bad for Trident right now. They were looking good on Mirage. They had that momentum. Then there was a big tech issue. They kind of had that big break of pace. Since that point, they weren't really able to recover, and now we go into the second map, and they've just looked weak. Now, I don't think that you can kind of ride on the tech issue for, like, the whole series. I think that maybe a couple of rounds after the tech issue, you can say, oh, it broke our momentum a little bit. The fact that, the fact that that's kind of carried across into, like, their map pick just shows that they are the weaker team here. And obviously, number 1 in the world faced against number 75 in the world. Yeah, you kind of expect that. Interesting molly there from Axel. And really quick, DOEO in the chat has said there is actually a destructible Inferno map on the workshop.
Have you not seen it?
No. Is that a thing? That's awesome.
I will show you it.
Okay, we'll play it later.
It's so cool.
All right, thank you, man. That's big.
It's so cool. Thank you for pointing it out, Dio. Yeah, it's really, really cool. As Trident, Deagles in hand, I think they need that destructible environment to hide behind. As Gambit, who are looking pretty damn scary, have got themselves slow banana control, meaning Norway now alone has to try and stop them. And as he goes 4 to 14, he's not having the greatest game when it comes to Angels.
He really isn't. For Trident, I don't know what they can do right here. Of course, they lost the pistol. They come into this one with the Desert Eagles. If they don't pull it off, Gambit will be on to 13. They'll have no money. It will go 14-4. We saw a very similar affair earlier, and we saw a comeback off of it. I'm not sure if we see the same here, though. Trident, they have found the man advantage. Seized, he has shown himself as a very powerful man with that Desert Eagle in hand. And with the banana smoke in play and the Deagles on the other side of it, there's potential they could make this happen. They're running down this clock. 28 seconds left to tick. Gambit, they have no option to backtrack here. They have to commit to this B-bomb site. And as they press in, their molly's not connecting. Man in second orange is able to find the first. It's Clax. He fires away. Norway takes the distraction. Clax still firing shots off. Finds another headshot. The distraction plays perfect. And Clax is good for 4. Trident, they stay alive in a map that, or in a round that they really shouldn't have been able to. That is fantastic.
Incredible stuff by Trident there, and Gambit. Their economy, it's been shattered. They don't stand a chance now as they go up against Trident with a lackluster buy of a couple of pistols here or there, but nothing too substantial at all. It leaves them in a harrowing spot where, with these Tech 9s, they need to hope something works, and there you go for the fast hit to be. Klax, he should spot them out any second now, deploys that molly. That molly is way too late though, and instead, that should spur on the charge further still. Hobbit actually hiding in the corner for a moment there, allows Nori to deploy that flash, and that means Klax has a chance to swing, but it's damage, but it's no kill. Eventually, Nori's good for one. Follow-up will be Klax trying to tap him down. Anthony trades onto Nori, 4-on-4, sees through the smoke, good for another, trades back and forth, leaving it all onto Glowing now, who all of a sudden is left alone. 1 versus 3. Noich got every member of Gambit. This is doable for him as he sagged down. He catches out the first. Smoke means he has to go straight through it if he wants to consider a follow-up, but instead Hobbit now starting to push out. Caught out by Inters, and Gambit on the fourth spy responds to Trident with 13.
Well, it's a big recovery there from Gambit. If they lose that round, even though they're still in control, it gives Trident a chance. It gives them a little bit of hope to pull this one back together. The fact that they continue to apply this pressure, they let off the gas for just a second and then they put their foot right back on it, is definitely a worrying prospect here for the Trident side. Of course, they come into this with a couple of pistols, an M4 on seized. If they don't win this, they'll have no money in the bank. Gambit will be on to 14, and we might just see the beginning of the end. Big kill there from Shiro to kick things off. Nafany up close with the MAC-10, not able to spot anything early, but he does get tagged up through the wall. Bit of a lucky spam there, does 9 damage to him. But it's not going to be anything too substantial, as we see a little bit of a switcheroo of the weapons. Minute 25 left. Klax looking to try and reaggress here in mid. See if he can spot anyone out. Instead, a deep smoke's deployed, so maybe he'll try and get close to this and play around the other side of it.
Anthony expecting the player to peek into him. Hasn't seen anyone yet, and instead, Trident, they continue to just stack the safe site. The Eagles and CZs in hand. Hopefully that'll be enough to topple Gambit, but even then, will it be enough? And while they desperately try to hold on, Klax, seeing the members in mid, does a little 360 before peeking anywhere else. And instead, Glowing is the man to take that first point of contact. He's got Nori to support him. The second and third player swings. Damage done. Trade onto Glowing, though, leaves us in a 5-on-3. The flash buys time, but time doesn't matter if there's no rotation to come and help, as Klax finishes off the first. Tricky also falls if it all onto Nori, who loses his head to Inters. 14-5 now in Gambit. If they win this next bye, they might look to close out the map, Josh.
Well, round number 20. And as I said before, it looked like the beginning of the end. If Trident lose that round, that's kind of it. And as we go 14-5, there's no money behind them. There's literally $1,900, $2,000. This is kind of that point where just no one can buy it. And it's a real shame because they don't have the loss bonus. And they say to themselves, if we go for an investment here, then that's it. You can't afford to buy in the next. They have to eat the eco. They have to play for the 10-round comeback. And realistically, I don't see it happening. Glowing, he's sitting 3-16. He's having a really, really rough map right now. And for Gambit, as they push their way into B, I don't think they're going to realize that it's an A stack, but they will very, very shortly. When they don't spot anyone on that B bomb site, they'll walk their way in, they'll be able to get that plant down, and it's just clean and easy for them.
Trident, who with these USPs were hoping an ace hit, unfortunately with none coming, they don't even deploy the flash in mid. That's how acutely aware they are that Gambit have just secured this site. As the bomb goes down, Trident, the best thing they can hope for now is a couple of exits, which might give them the odd weapon to wield in the next rounds, but it won't bring them back rounds. And as Gambit go 15-5 up, I think this is the, I don't want to say the start of the end, but definitely the end of the end.
Potentially so, yeah. I mean, you've got to remember the fact that Trident have had really shaky buys in these last few rounds. They've been going for these funky forces. This is really the first time in a while that we've seen them just fully eat an eco. They've just said, right, we're just going to go for a full eco round. Don't want any more going into this one. Just go for the USPs. And I like that. It means that going into the next, they'll have a decent investment behind them. But of course, they'll have to pull back so many rounds in a row that I don't think there's any chance of bringing it to overtime. Potential for maybe a few rounds. Unfortunately for Norway, oh, he did actually find the AK. I was going to say he'd only got himself a Galil there, but he found himself the AK-47, so not bad at all. Trident. Here's that full investment. With Norway not having to buy himself an M4, he can prioritize that util, and we will actually see a really, really healthy buy there. As we go 15-5, let's see if Trident can pull back a couple of rounds or if Gambit just close.
So attempt to do just that. These 8 and these M4s, there's no warp on Trident. It's all down to rifle aim prowess. And, well, will it be enough prowess to topple their opponents? We'll have to see. Glowing, the first one to spot the enemy with a shoulder peek and apps, and Anthony peeks into him, sees him, and realizes that there won't be a follow-through. Instead, doing damage wherever possible. Means that with a slow default, Trident, 2 players over on long is where they've rolled the dice for this, and for Anthony, not peeking him yet. Instead, holds an angle for the apps player, who as he peeks, he's taking a bit of damage as he does so. Axel tagged down in the process, the nade doesn't land on him. Instead, Glowing eventually able to drop down. Because of that, Gambit control towards mid. Anthony, beautiful opening as Seeds falls. Smoke goes down, flash goes out. Gambit, they prepare to hit this A site with mollies landing over in Graveyard. Meaning that as the wrap comes through, Tricky, he needs to land his shots. He needs to go huge here. The pressure's on, and with Glowing falling, Morby trades as best he can, but the flash is just phenomenal, but it doesn't land. Instead, Hobbit has to clean up the mess, leaving us in a 3-on-2. Over in long is Axel for the first, knowing Norway's no HP. Should be a quick kill. That it is, and Gambit, they take the map 16-5. They take the series 2-0, and they progress to the 2-1 stage of our Swiss stage.
Well, folks, it's been a hell of a day. 2-2-0 matches. And do you know what? Whilst I suppose they were the scorelines that we anticipated, seeing Na'Vi face up against Banker Pepsi, who you're kind of expecting to just take that one with ease.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Gambit facing up against Trident, where you certainly expect the 2-0 as well. It has been a roller coaster. We've seen some really, really good games. We've seen some really contentious ones as well, especially that first map there between Gambit and Trident. That was a close affair that at one stage, we really did think that Trident were going to take it. So definitely something for both of those teams to take away from that. Of course, those were the 1-1 matchups. So we'll see Na'Vi and Gambit go into that 2-1 bracket. We will see Banker Pepsi and Trident go into the 1-2 bracket. So they're now fighting for their lives. They need to win their next 2 games in a row to be able to qualify out of this one. And at the very top of the bracket, you've actually got is Team Spirit and Forza, who are currently 3-0. So they've already proceeded to the playoffs. And the rest of your Tier 1 Titans are looking to go and join them. I've been pretty impressed with Forza throughout this tournament as well. The fact that they've been able to take it 3-1 is actually incredible. And it shows that those roster changes that they made, while people criticized them, it really, really worked. There was like a small period where they were lacking a little bit. Now they're back right up at the top and they're showing that they are a real CIS contender. And the fact that they're currently ranked 2nd on the RMR rankings, if they can do well here, bearing in mind they've already guaranteed themselves RMR points, if they can do well here in the playoffs, they could definitely be seen at the next major as a legend status potentially as well. That'd be absolutely huge for them. Either way, though, folks, that's going to be the end of our day, Crummer. I think we're on tomorrow.
We are, same time tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you very, very much, folks, for watching. Anybody that wants to give us a follow anywhere, I'm at M&J Cast. He's at Kremer32. And it's been a blast bringing you this day. We'll see you, as Kremer said, at the same time, the same place tomorrow for more Counter-Strike action. But for now, that's all. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you all very, very soon. Good night, folks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.